I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler of the 36. Senator Butler of the 38. Senator Carter. Senator Kaufman. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator McCon. Senator McDaniel. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Moran. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sojourner. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the galleries please rise for the invocation given by Elder Cedric Lee, pastor of the Apostles Doctrine Ministries Church of Jesus Christ in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Barnett. Elder Lee.
Greetings in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Let us pray. Gracious Father, Lord, we thank you and praise you for your goodness and your mercy, for your love and your kindness. Lord, for the occasion that you have called us here before you in order to pray for this great body of the great state of Mississippi. Lord, we ask you right now that you would touch each and every heart that is here. Let them understand and know why you allowed them to sit in the seats where they sit at this time. Asking you, God, that you will guard their hearts and their minds as they go forth in order to cast laws and form legislation for this great state, that they would do it admirably and that they would do it honorably unto you as the servants you have called them to be, that they would truly honor your word and you in every decision that they make. Asking you, God, each and every day as they perform this office, that they would truly have that mind and heart to do what is right in your sight. Lord, I ask you to bless each and every one of them. Crown their heads with wisdom and with knowledge, that they may go forth and perform their duties as you have called them to do. And in the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen. Will you please join me in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Elder Lee. Now to the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee report, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator Younger, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the north part of the gallery today, we have the Mississippi Agricultural Youth Council, who is being toured around the Capitol with Chris McDonald, that works as hard or harder than the commissioner himself. Please stand up, guys, and Senate, give them a big welcome.
Thank you, Senator Polk. You're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce one of our doctors of the day. It's Dr. Pujo Sharahati, and she is a student at William Carey University's osteopathic medicine school there in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and we're so glad to have her with us today. Thank you for being here.
Welcome. Senator Chisholm, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce another doctor of the day, a very special doctor to me. He has been an awesome friend, Dr. John Mitchell, Director of the Office of Physicians and Workforce and President-elect for Mississippi State Medical Association of Pontotoc. Please welcome Dr. Mitchell.
Senator Horn, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct the Senate's attention to the West Gallery, where we have a group that performs a very valuable service of going into people's homes to help them with small chores and activities that help these folks stay independent and safe in their own homes. And the members of the Mississippi Home Care Providers Association are in the West Gallery. I'd like to ask that they stand and have the Senate make them welcome.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you would direct your attention to just about the entire gallery, we have the best of the best of the best with us today, and that is our young men and women from Leadership Jones County. If you all will please stand, let us make you welcome to our state capitol.
Welcome, JCJC. Glad to have you here. Anyone else on introductions? Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move to the calendar. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we skip item 1, go to item 2 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Item 1 retains its place on the calendar. Item 2, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2454, budget, bring forward code sections related to and provide for transfers.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what's commonly referred to as the transfer bill. This is the mechanism we use, brings forward the code sections that are necessary to transfer the funds as we get to the end of the session. It includes bringing forward the 2% set-aside section, working cash stabilization fund, or as we know it, the rainy day fund, and also the capital expense fund. So this is the mechanism that we will use when we transfer at the end of the session. Happy to yield to questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Questions?
If none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning welcome. Been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? This records voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 3 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2444, ARPA program, bring forward provisions related to for possible amendment.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the ARPA programs that we set up last year, bringing forward the same code sections. No decisions have been made about how to utilize the ARPA funds. As all of you know, that we appropriated about $1.5 billion of the ARPA funds last year. We've got about 300 some odd. Senator Polk can give you the exact number, 300 million that are left over for appropriation this year, and that of course will be looked at and debated as we go through the session. This is just the appropriations bill. This is not the general bill that deals with the code sections. Let me be clear. This is not the bill that deals with the various code sections that will be utilized for the appropriations. Those will be debated at a later time. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion,
I
Senator.
move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. McCord is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 4 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2616, Real Estate Commission, decrease fees charged by.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Michelle to explain
Senator
this
Michelle,
bill.
you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Chairman and Mr. President. Last year, one of the budgets I handle as subcommittee chairman and appropriations committee is the Mississippi Real Estate Commission's budget. And last year we held our budget hearings in January, and we found that the Real Estate Commission had accumulated quite a large amount of money in their reserves, and it's a special fund agency. So all this money came from their licensees. They charge fees for real estate licenses, for continuing education, and they actually charge fees for fingerprinting as well. And unfortunately, last year it was a little too late to react to this large amount that they had, but we put them on notice to tell them that, you know, that money that they'd accumulated, it was over $3 million, was subject to being seized by the legislature and go straight to the general fund. So we gave them a year to come up with a game plan. I asked Chairman Hobson if he would mind if we had a little hearing in November, and we did, and found out that the fund had still had over $3 million in it. And we got some ideas of what they wanted to do, but we thought it'd be a great idea to have something in statute to reduce those fees to get the money back to the people who paid the fees. So this legislation reduces the fee for a broker's license renewal from $150 to $100, and it reduces the fee from a salesperson's license from $120 to $100. And the key thing is the fee shall not exceed this amount. And in our hearing just a couple of weeks ago with the head of the Real Estate Commission, we have reason to believe that they're going to come in way below that amount, and they're also going to cut the fingerprinting fees away and reduce some of the fees and offer some free continuing education. This has a 2-year repealer in it. The cost to them would amounting, there's about 6,000 licenses that renew a year, so somewhere a little over $200,000 is all it is, and they've got a budget of $3 million in surplus. So we hope they're going to do far in excess of that and reductions of fees in the special fund agency. I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Senator Blackman, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Accident.
For an accident. Well, you're not recognized for an accident. Let's go back to Senator Michelle.
I've moved past this by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
No further questions. Passed by use of the morning roll call has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 5 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2663, Mississippi Historic Site Preservation Fund, revised grant eligibility and require annual report.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Historic Site Preservation Fund that we set up a couple of years ago, and the Department of Archives and History has requested a couple of minor changes. One is that the projects had to be listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and what they're asking for is that we could change that to be eligible for that designation, because there are some sites that are historic sites in Mississippi that are eligible that may not have been listed yet, and that may take a process. Usually they're aware that they're trying to be listed, but it takes the time and it's a process to get them listed. The second thing is to allow them, what has happened in the past 2 years is we've allowed them to come back before the legislature with the site. So we have to wait until that time. Because of the expediency of some of these projects, they are requesting, and I agree that this is the right thing to do, that they have the ability to be able to designate those sites, to be able to acquire them, because some of them, some of these sites are sometimes, you've got other purchasers that may be out there, and if they're trying to preserve a historic site, we want them to have the ability to go get those sites with the grant funds and after the applications are made. So that's what this bill does. It makes those changes, and I'm happy to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question.
Will you yield for a question? Senator Hobson.
I yield for a question.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hobson, am I to understand that a project is only eligible for this program if they are deemed to be eligible to be named on the National Register of Historic Places?
That's the provision that they are requesting to be done. That's line 35, so that it would be determined to be eligible for a grant. A site must be determined eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places by the Historic Preservation Division.
Now, we have a state historic marker program, a designation, but for this particular program, they have to be determined to be eligible to be listed on the National Register of Historic Places.
Well, this is determined historic places by the Historic Preservation Division of our Department of Archives and History.
Right.
That's what it is.
So they don't have to have been named a National Historic Landmark, but be eligible for listing as a National Historic Landmark.
Yes, and determined by our Historic Preservation Division of
Gotcha.
MDAH, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Other questions? Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion,
I
sir.
move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson. You're recognized.
I'd like to skip item 6 and 7 and go to item 8 on today's calendar.
Items 6 and 7 retain their place upon the calendar. Number 8, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2511, Tourism Recovery Fund, Round 3, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
This is one more general bill that came through appropriations relating to ARPA-funded projects. As you'll recall, last year we had the Tourism Recovery Fund that was set up. This just brings forward the code sections on the Tourism Recovery Fund in the event that we determine through the ARPA eligible funds that we provide resources to them as it relates to tourism.
Questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, there is a committee sub, so I'll move adoption of the committee substitute first, Mr. President.
That's correct. Option committee, of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Now I move adoption, if there are no questions, I move adoption of Senate Bill 2511 by use of the morning roll call.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I inadvertently hit my mic, sorry, sir.
Okay, thank you. We have several of those. All right, anyone else? All right. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Hawkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 9, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 10, and have the title read.
Item 9 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, item 10.
Senate Bill number 2011, Sales Tax Exempt Motor Vehicle Transfers to and from Trust Corporations, Partnerships, and Limited Liability Companies.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2011 allows for transfers of vehicles between an individual, a trust, Partnership Corporation LLC, where that individual is a member or owner of, and allows them to transfer those vehicles without sales tax implications. Similar to how we did in the past with direct relatives, where you could transfer a vehicle to, say, a child without sales tax implications, and that's what this bill does.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Some morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you. Senator Johnson. Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 11, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 12 and have the title read.
Item 11 retains its place on the calendar. Item 12, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2181, distinctive motor vehicle license tags authorized for 2022 National Championship Rebels.
Make the usual motion.
Well, that must have been hard, Senator Harkins. Make the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to recognize Senator Michelle to explain the bill.
Senator Michelle.
That motion may have been hard for Senator Harkins, but this is a delightful bill for me to handle. Last year, Senator Harkins was lead author on the tag bill for Mississippi State, and I was the second author on that bill, and I never in the world would have thought that a year later we'd be promoting a car tag for the Ole Miss Rebels, national champions of the College Baseball World Series. I know the governor has a initiative right now to design next year's car tag. Somebody that has artistic talents, hopefully we could maybe design one that says Mississippi College Baseball, capital of the United States. That'd be a great looking tag, wouldn't it? And this has the usual fees out of the tag that go to the normal places. $44 will go to the university, to their fund where they see fit, and $1 goes to burn care fund, and $2 to the state highway fund. Be glad to yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill?
Mr. President, I move passage by the use of morning roll call.
I believe we have an amendment, Senator. One moment. Senator Harkins, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the Senator mentioned last year, Mississippi State had a tag bill, and a good friend, Ole Miss Rebel, on the other end put a reverse repealer in it. And wanted to sit there and let it study. So I felt appropriate to amend the bill, not to put a reverse repealer in it. No, the toxicity of the rivalry has dropped a little bit, but to add language by inserting the 2021 National Championship Ole Miss Women's Golf Team tag. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Yeah. Senator Michelle, do you have any? Speak on the bill. Speak on the amendment, I mean.
Okay, it's not in lieu of? Okay, well, I'm proud to support that as well, and I'll make a comment about that. A group of us were on the field at a baseball game last, I believe it was early April, and the Ole Miss Rebel baseball team they got swept by Alabama that weekend. There was no way we would have thought they would have made the College World Series, and we were recognizing the Lady Rebel golf team on the field prior to first pitch. And Mike Bianco, coach of the Ole Miss Rebels, being the gentleman that he is, walked up to Corey Hingus, the golf coach, and congratulated her, and he walked by, and I said, Coach Bianco, we sure would like to do this for you next year. And I swear, Daniel Sparks will attest to the fact that I said that, and here we are doing it again, so I would love to have a tag for the Lady Rebel Golf National Champions as well. I support the amendment.
Any questions on the amendment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Back on the bill. Senator Harkins, final passage.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Back on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 13, Senate Bill 2448, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2448, distinctive motor vehicle license tag authorized for supporters of the Magnolia Speed School.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move adoption of the committee sub and be recognized to explain it.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub and recognized to explain. You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just an omnibus tag bill we'll use for everybody's tag request they have. Make sure you get your request in to Ian before the end of the session so we can have everybody's a list and make sure you're on the list. But this is just the omnibus tag bill that we'll use. It may be a House bill, but we just wanted a vehicle alive to let everybody put their request in. That's an explanation of the committee sub.
Questions?
If there are no questions, move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No
Okay.
further questions. Move passage on the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Recorder's voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson, you're recognized. We're back on the calendar, page 2.
I'd like to skip item 14 through 22 and have them retain their place on the calendar. Go to item 23, Senate Bill 2703, and have the title read.
14 through 22 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2703, driver's license fees waived for applicants in MDCPS custody.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply allows the Commissioner of Department of Public Safety to waive the driver's license, intermediate license, or learner's permit fee for any applicant in the custody of the Department of Child Protective Services in the state. That is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which will be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. You're recognized.
I'd like to skip item 24 through 30, have them retain their place on the calendar, go to item 30, and have the title read.
24 through 29 retain place on the calendar. Item 30. Mr. Clerk, please read.
31, excuse me.
I'm sorry. You go to 31. Mr. Clerk, read the title on item 31.
Senate Bill number 2736, endow Mississippi program tax credits, extend time period for authorization.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2736 extends the repeal date for the tax credits for Endow Mississippi to 2027, so a 4-year extension, and that's an explanation of the bill.
I'm sorry, Senator. We had some technical problems. We got it resolved. Please proceed.
It just simply extends the repeal date for 4 years to 2027 on the Endow Mississippi tax credit, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill. Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Could you just remind us what the Endow Mississippi tax credit program is?
Yes, it's for contributions made between $1,000 and $200,000 to endowments in Mississippi.
So any endowments in the state can get a tax credit or write-off?
That's my understanding of it, yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition, ma'am?
Question.
You for question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Do we have a listing anywhere of the qualified, what would be listed as qualified endowments for the state?
I'm sure there is one. I'm happy to ask DOR and see
that would
if
be-
they have one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present, Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Senator. Bill passes. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 32, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 33, Senate Bill 2841, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2841, law enforcement officers and firefighters death benefits black tag, authorized black version of regular car tag.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption of the committee sub and recognize Senator Delano to explain it.
Committee substitute, Senator Delano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, if you remember, during conference weekend, we passed an amendment to the tag bill that allowed for a blackout tag where the proceeds from the sale of that tag goes to the Fallen Law Enforcement and First Responders Fund. That tag has generated over 36, I think it's right about 36,000 tags that have been purchased for it. It's a great, it's an incredible number. Yielded about 900,000 that have gone to that Fallen Law Enforcement Fund. Because of the interest of that bill, DOR and the tax collectors at the local counties have asked that we do a tag that's a standard tag that would have the blackout in it as well. So when you go in to get your tag, you'd be able to get the normal tag from the state of Mississippi, or you would have the option of getting a blackout tag. If you choose the blackout tag, the additional fee is $38.25. Of that, a majority of it, I think it's like $34 that actually goes towards the fund. So that's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Questions? Questions on the bill?
I'll move for final passage.
Senator Barnett, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Delano?
Absolutely.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Delano, when we was in committee meeting, I asked a question about the military veterans, disabled veterans, being able to have a blackout tag if they wanted to. Would you be open if I could get it real quick to an amendment for that?
Actually, I spoke with DOR, and there are some limitations that will prevent us from doing it on a blacked out tag for the DAV tags because of some of the way that the text is written and the fact that this would be in an embossed tag. But that's something they say we would work out. But that would also be covered in another code section, not the one that's covered under this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Other questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition, ma'am?
Unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author.
Seeing no objection granted, we got to pass the bill first. Let's go, Senator.
We need to adopt a committee sub, please.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I'll move for final passage.
On use of the morning roll call, Senator.
On the morning roll call, yes, sir.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
I'd like to skip item 34 through 36 and have it retain its place on the calendar.
I'm sorry, are you skipping the remainder, Senator?
Yes, skipping 34 through 36 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
Okay. Next, Senate Bill 2338, Carter. Pass. Chairman Bryan. Pass. Chairman Parker. Chairman Parker is recognized. We're on 39, Senate. I'm sorry, we did what?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 39, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item number 40, and have the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2597, Mississippi Comprehensive Workforce Training and Education Consolidation Act of 2004, extend repealer on.
And make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2597 just extends the repealer date on the ARPA Workforce Development and Retention Act. That is tied up in, on the Mississippi Comprehensive Workforce Training and Education Consolidation Act. That statute's tied up in the MDS extension bill that I'm going to be bringing up hopefully tomorrow or early next week. But this just extends the repealer for 4 more years. Be glad to answer any questions. If there are none, be recognized for motion.
Senator Blackwell, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, let's pass the bill and we'll go to that, sir. Senator Parker, seeing no other questions, we're ready on your motion.
My motion will be passage on, with the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, we voted no. Present. Sojourner. Got both of them? McDaniel, Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none. All right, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized before we go to the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the members of the Senate to look toward the South Gallery and welcome the members of MICA, which is the Mississippi Independent Cannabis Association. They're 100% Mississippi-owned operators of cannabis businesses, so please make them welcome.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Senator Parker, we're back on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 41, Senate Bill 2595. Have the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2595, ARPA Workforce Development and Retention Act, provide expiration date of grant funds.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2595, we're just changing the expiration language on this bill for federal compliance reasons. If you remember last year, we passed the Workforce Development and Retention Act that was administered by the Office of Workforce Development. What this does, it's very short if you look at the bill, it changes the grant funds to state that they shall be available under this act through December 31 of 2026 on the date of the fund expenditure deadline provided by the federal government, whichever occurs later. Each grant recipient shall certify for any project for which a grant is awarded that if the project is not completed by December 31, 2026, and the United States Congress does not enact an extension of the deadline on the availability of the ARPA funds, then the grant recipient will complete the project through other funds. So basically, this is just sending notice that on these particular programs, if they're not completed by the expiration date and the funds are not available, then the entity would be on hand, they would be on notice that they would have to complete the rest of the program with their own funds instead of ARPA money, which would then not be available for that purpose. So again, doesn't change the date, just changes the wording to ensure that the compliance is met for the projects. So I'd be glad to answer any questions. We may see similar changes to other bills reflecting ARPA extension date. So.
Okay, Senator Seymour, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, we'll get to it. Just 1 second. Let's get the bill. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Parker, how much ARPA money went into this program?
This particular one, I'd have to check again to see. We had so many. This one I can get it for you. I don't want to say the wrong number because we worked on so many last year and they're just kind of, they're hard for me to remember. I promise I will get you that number.
Okay, and when you're getting that information, will you also get for me how much is left?
Absolutely.
In this? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Any other questions? Any other questions? We're on a committee sub, Senator. Did you have a committee substitute, Senator?
I don't believe this one was a committee sub, Mr. President.
Okay,
So
I see. That will be the item 42. I got you. Okay, we're good.
My motion would be use of morning roll call
Use
for
of morning
final
roll call has been
passage.
requested for final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passed. I'm Sojourner present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. You recognize, Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 42, Senate Bill 2810. Have the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2810, Office of Workforce Development, amend certain provisions relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill comes to us from the Office of Workforce Development. I had opportunity this morning to speak at MEC about some of the advancements that this office has made. In the short time I've been in the legislature, I can honestly say that I've seen more changes in how we're training young people, how we're trying to get people interested in careers, and in particular, some of the work they have done with career coaches this year. It has been exciting, and the work they've done has been appreciated by business and industry, by our community colleges, by K through 12, and it's one of those things where we pass a lot of legislation here that makes headlines and that people get a lot of attention on. But this is one office that has really made a difference, and so I'm proud of what they've done. So what this bill does is it just gives some other language for their program that they have seen issues with and would like some clarification for. So I'm going to kind of walk through these small changes to the bill. In lines 347 through 64, one issue that came up is in a recent large economic development project that came to the state, the Office of Workforce Development did not have the same ability to attend meetings and do some of the things that MDA does, so they weren't really brought to the table on what was going to happen with that large movement into the state. So this section of the bill would allow Office of Workforce Development Accelerate to be a party to those meetings and things like that, so they can plan. And the example I give people on this is that if we have a large business come into the state and bring a number of jobs, that is great for that employer, but we also have to remember that there are other employers in the area who may be impacted by that. And so if we're going to have 1,000 new jobs for distribution come in, it'd be nice if we had Accelerate working to try to fill some of those gaps that might be created when that new employer comes in. So this would just put them with the same provisions that MDA has so that they could meet and be in those discussions and be at the table as those different things are brought up. The second thing that it does is on lines 597 through 600 of the bill, this provides an exemption for the office to look for space through July 1 of 2024. I've spoken with Chairman Polk about this issue, and they have had some issues in creating the contract, making the contract they need to get the space they need for their staff and everyone to be in place. And so in consultation with Chairman Polk, he felt that this provision to give them one calendar year to secure that space would be appropriate. And he also assured me he was not going to give them one day over that to allow that. The next change in the language is in lines 601 through 608. The office, Accelerate, has had offers come to them to accept gifts and donations. One example is you may have a business that wants to allow Office of Workforce Development to use a bulldozer to train people or students, whatever the case may be, to drive that. And right now they cannot accept that as part of their programs that they're trying to set up. So that section would allow them to accept gifts or donations in certain terms to fulfill those workforce training needs. It also, in lines 609 through 613, provides authority for the agency to contract with other governmental entities or economic development organizations to fulfill its purposes. Again, that's just clarifying language for contracts. In lines 677 through 679, provides that the agency will have the authority to access its funds. In putting this together, there's some question as to whether or not they can check balances and other things because MDS acts as the pass-through or fiduciary for their program. So this would just allow them to check their fund balances. And then in lines 1182 through 1185, that's also the language I mentioned on the procurement exception. And this bill would be effective upon passage. So again, it's clean up to allow this Accelerate group to continue to do the fine work they've been doing and do it in the manner that makes their job easier for the students and other recipients. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing no questions,
My motion would be passage on the use of morning roll call.
Need to adopt the committee sub first, Senator.
I'm sorry, this is the one we need to do committee serve.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Motion B, we adopt the committee serve.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And
We're
now
ready.
my motion would be passage on use of morning roll call.
Passage of use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Seymour, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate would focus their attention to the North Gallery. With us today, we have Stone County Middle School Student Council and teachers, Ms. Deborah Davis and Ms. Donna Creel. Would they please stand and let the Senate make them welcome?
Welcome to your capital. Senator Harkins.
For introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Coffin, Senator Kirby, and myself, and the West Gallery, we have visiting with us today members of Rankin County leadership here today at the Capitol. If y'all would please stand and let us welcome you.
Okay, Senator, we're back on the calendar.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to pass on items 43 and 44 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
43 and 44 retain place on the calendar. Senator Fennell, again, you're recognized. We're on 45, page 4. Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 45 and 46 and go to item number 47, call it up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2120, firearms, authorize law enforcement officers employed by Attorney General to purchase upon retirement.
Made the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I would move that we go to the committee substitute and that you would recognize Senator McCon to
Senator
explain.
McCon, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a bill that is the comprehensive bill on firearms for retired law enforcement from any agency in our state. There were 3 different bills this year attempting to straighten up that code section. So if you're a law enforcement officer with any agency in the state of Mississippi and you are at a point of retirement, you're going to be offered the opportunity to purchase your firearm, your sidearm, the trusty Steve that's been with you the whole time. And this bill allows now for that to be a blanket across all agencies, not just 1 or 2 agencies across the state. Because we do have law enforcement in several agencies here. If you look at the bill, it does it does provide where the amount paid for the firearm under this authority shall be determined by the appropriate governmental authority who employed the officer. I would entertain any questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Senator. Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I know cities allow that, but what all the other agencies where firearms are used allow them to purchase it? That's what this bill does?
Yes, sir. You know, like in the Department of Ag, we have ag theft investigators. In the Attorney General's office, we have investigators there that are certified law enforcement officers that utilize their firearm when they're doing their investigations as well.
So besides cities, the one you named, can you name a few more that are allowed?
I believe Senator Blunt had a gaming commission bill. I had one for the Attorney General's office. And the other thing in here that is straightening up, one thing is that if that law enforcement officer died in the line of duty, it names who can purchase that firearm, because we want to be sure that if the family wants to purchase his or her firearm, that we allow that. But those are the big ones that came to the bills this year, Senator Jordan.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Butler, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator McCon?
I will.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McCon. Is there an amount of years that officer have to serve before he'd be allowed to get the firearm?
There is not a year number in here as far as the number of years, but you would have to be vested in PERS. So technically, you're going to have the 8 years in the new under the new statute.
Right. That was saying I didn't think guy 1, 2 years then get one. Okay. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
Senator Younger, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Question, please, Mr.
You up for a
President.
question, Senator McCon?
I will.
Senator Young, you're recognized for a question.
Who puts the appraisal of the value on these sidearms?
So currently, it's set by the governmental authority. And the auditor's office was in the committee meeting, and they had the discussion with us about the value of that firearm and what could be charged. So it is set by that governmental authority.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Younger. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You up for a question, Senator?
I will.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As it relates specifically to counties, who is considered to be the governmental entity? Is it going to be the Board of Supervisors or the sheriff?
Now this is, we're not really getting off into the counties because I believe they've already got that authority. This is just extending that authority to those state agencies.
This is only state agencies?
This is going to extend it to those state agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions?
I would move for adoption of the committee sub, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill.
I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator McCon. Senator Fielding, we're recognized on 48.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 48, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2122, bribery of a public official, increased statute of limitations to 5 years.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that came to us at the request of the State Auditor's Department, and essentially what it does is it increases the statute of limitations for the crime of bribery of a public official to 5 years from its current 2 years. And the reason they gave us for that is that a lot of these cases take time to develop the investigation and putting the case together, and in many instances, 2 years, they say, is not long enough to do that, to bring to successful completion of their investigation on this crime of bribery of a public official. So they're asking us to extend that statute of limitations from 2 to 5 years. That's what the bill does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on Senator Horn. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Were you here for a question,
Yes,
Senator Fielding? Senator Horn, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fielding. Do you know what the statute of limitations is in similar cases in other states?
I don't know. I know that in our case, there wasn't a specific statute of limitations for this, so it just fell into the general 2-year statute of limitations. And the 2 years, which I mean seems like kind of a long time, I guess, 2 years, but from the time you find out about it and then you have to do all the investigating and bringing the case forward to like a grand jury and all that kind of stuff, they just say currently 2 years. In many instances, they run out of time before they can bring that case forward. So they have asked for a 5-year statute of limitations. They may have asked other states surrounding us, what theirs was. I honestly don't know the answer to that. They just asked for the 5 years, and that's what I put in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Senator Horn, thank you. Senator Fielding.
If no other questions, I'll move by adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Adoption morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Which will be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. On 49.
I'd like to go to item 49, call up and have the title read, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2127, terroristic threats, revised elements of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one the Senate has seen a couple of times. Our friends on the other end of the Capitol haven't seen fit thus far to pass it, but they tell me in conversations with my chairman over there, corresponding one, that this year they are ready to move forward with it. We'll see. But basically, the genesis of this bill is that right now, if you have a prankster who calls like a school or a university or I guess or any business and says, I'm fixing to blow the place up, it's a bomb threat, in other words, and then they just hang up and they don't make an actual demand like for money or for some sort of reaction. They just say, I'm going to blow the place up, and they hang up. Under the current statute, you can see it requires a demand for something. To not blow the place up, in other words. And so our prosecutors, once they find these people, which oftentimes they can now with phone records and whatnot, you can trace down who these people are, and they want to bring forward some sort of action. They cannot, because it ultimately turns out that the person never makes a demand for anything. They just say, I'm fixing to blow the place up, and then they hang the phone up. In most cases, they just want to get out of class, or they want school canceled for the day, or whatever. But there's real no implicit or direct threat, and then a request for any sort of action to be taken. And so therefore, we remove that requirement that there be some demand made. That's all the bill does, so that if you can catch the person and they've caused all this havoc by threatening to blow the place up, you can actually prosecute them without having to show that they actually demanded anything in exchange. So that's what the bill does.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. For what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Does this help the situation that America's in today, specifically Mississippi, about people making those kinds of threats?
Yes, sir. Actually, in down in my district, last year we had a number of instances where it turned out to be, in most cases, youngsters at like Bassfield High School or Jeff Davis County High School, now they've consolidated, would call. And it's happened like 3 or 4 times in a row within a very short period of time. And the school administration reached out to me and said, look, we're trying our best to educate these kids, and we, got all these things we need to do with them. And then every couple of days we're having to shut school down, because you have to take these things seriously. If, on the, chance that that actually is a serious bomb threat and there's a bomb in the building, so you have to evacuate everybody out of there. You got to have the law enforcement come out and sweep the place and make sure they're, it's all safe before you let the kids and teachers and staff back in. And it became a real problem. And I assume that's happening not just down in Jeff Davis County, but across the state in many instances. And so there's a real problem with our education being continuous and making sure that the kids get the quality education time in the classroom they need in these instances. And then you're having all these disruptions really from just a bunch of pranksters in most cases, but yet, you need to be able to prosecute that. And our current statute is worded such that if that person doesn't make a demand for money or something like that, they just threaten to blow the building up, you can't prosecute them under this. So we're trying to correct the language so that you can prosecute these people.
I'm with you 100% because actually, I agree. That's what I want to find out.
Yes, sir.
Is are there enough teeth in it so that it will mean something, because there are too many frequent threats and on schools, and we used to have school drills out for fire drills. Now you got to run them out for threats.
Right.
That really.
It's very disruptive. You're exactly right.
Disruptive.
Yes, sir.
Concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question.
Senator Jordan. Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were you
President.
for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Philip Gain, let me just make sure you're saying that even though you know that the person does not have the capacity to carry it out,
Right.
they still would be charged.
They could be. Now, that's certainly within the discretion of the district attorney. And they may choose to scare the child to death and say, if you do this again, we're going to whatever. But right now they really can't threaten anything, because if that child doesn't make a demand for, $1,000 or whatever, there's no crime. And so they just keep on doing it without any, retribution of any sort.
Okay. You answered my question.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Parker, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were you for a
President.
question,
Yes, sir.
Senator? Please proceed, Senator Parker.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this bill. This happened at one of my schools where a message was sent in and word got out to the student body, and they basically just fled the school.
Sure.
It was bad. They were running across streets and things like that, and it turned out that it was a threat, and I don't know what happened to it. So this is to correct that problem, which is a needed
Yes, sir.
problem, correct?
I think it's a real problem. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, thankfully, but when it does, it's extremely disruptive. And, we have enough problems trying to get kids educated nowadays in the public schools already, just with hectic schedules and everything else. And now, if you're going to have these pranksters calling and you're having to clear the school out, sometimes for a whole day. I mean, sometimes you have to clear out and cancel class for the entire day and have the FBI or whoever come through and sweep the buildings just to make sure, because we live in crazy times, let's be honest. I mean, we have school shootings, we have all kind of craziness. You can't take these things lightly anymore, even though you probably think it's fairly innocuous, but you can't do that anymore. You have to take these things seriously when they happen, and it's very costly time-wise, with the police coming and being diverted from real crimes most of the time. So I think it is a problem, and we're trying to address that here.
And it would have to be the intent in this. And I'll share a little funny story. I think probably Senator England will find this kind of story pretty interesting, but I know of an instance where a gentleman went into a restroom at a large box store, and he came in, he used the words that you used in your description. He said, "I'll blow this place up." And they evacuated the store, and he was just going to the bathroom. So the intent is what we're trying to get here. We're trying to make sure that, when they do make a serious threat, it's serious.
Right.
But when they do, in that situation, in all jest, that would not, be a threat. There would have to be the intent.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, Senator.
If no other questions, I'll move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present. Bill passes. Senator, on 50.
Let's go to item 50, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 2245, sale of seized weapons, authorized use of proceeds to purchase equipment.
Made the usual motion.
Excuse your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If you'll recognize Senator England, handle this bill,
Senator England,
please.
you're recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, that's a tough act to follow. But what we have here, Senators, is a bill that will amend Section 9737(3) to allow for the purchase of equipment in the event a seized weapon that is forfeited over the proceeds from that sale of that weapon can be used by the law enforcement agency for purchase of equipment. You'll notice that's the only change on line 22. What we've taken out, it used to be that they could only buy bulletproof vests. We have, since that law was put into place, allowed appropriations for police departments and other law enforcement agencies to purchase bulletproof vests. So we are now amending this law to say that equipment can be purchased so that they're not handcuffed, so to speak, to purchasing just bulletproof vests. That is what this bill does. That's the only thing this bill does. If there are no questions, I move for final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Senator Hobson, be recognized for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Will you
President.
for a question, Senator England?
I do.
Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator England. Was there a Mississippi Supreme Court case, seems like 10, 15 years ago, about confiscation? Is this dealing with confiscation of seized items and converting them to use? And I don't remember what it said. I just want to make sure we're not going to pass something that's in conflict with some previous Supreme Court case that dealt with a comparable issue. And I don't even remember what the ruling was. It seemed like one of our sheriff's departments in the state had seized some items, and the Supreme Court said that you couldn't utilize it for certain purposes. Are you familiar with that case?
I'm not familiar with that case, but again, the statute that's in place does allow for, of course, the seized weapons. If that weapon is merchantable, then the judge can either say, you've got to destroy this, or they'll forfeit it over to the agency. There's an auction process by which that has to go through, and that's set up under another statute. You'll see there on lines 19 through 20. It has to go to a federally licensed firearms dealer, and then again, it just said to buy bulletproof vests, and we're changing that to equipment. I'm not aware of that of a Supreme Court case that's in violation of, but most of the law for this is already in place. We're just changing it to equipment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator.
I sure will.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. When it says seized weapons, I assume the statute lets you know that it's either weapons seized during the commission of crime or attempted crime. If a weapon was seized and found out that it was seized incorrectly, the owner of the weapon would get it back. Am I right in assuming that?
I'm not sure of where the statute that addresses that, but I do know if you look at line 7 through probably just 9 there, we'll go to 10. It says any weapon used in violation of this section or used in commission of any other crime shall be seized by the arresting officer, may be introduced into evidence, and in the event of a conviction shall be ordered to be forfeited. So it does have the.
I think that explains it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
for a question, Senator England?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Seymour.
If the weapon is stolen, is this still going to apply?
I'm not sure. Again, that goes to another part of the statute, and it may actually be included in a completely different statute than this one. This one just none of that language is being changed. I just mentioned to Senator Williams. We're just changing what the proceeds from that sale can go to. Again, previously it said you could only use it for bulletproof vests. We're just changing bulletproof vests to equipment, and that's the only thing that this statute is doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Any other questions? Okay, Senator.
My motion is for final adoption, final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none? Granted. Thank you, Senator England. Senator Fillingane, 51. Passes. Senator Chasnow. Senator Chasnow. You're recognized. We're on 52.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on items 52 and 53 and go to item 54, Senate Bill number 2139.
52 and 53 retain their place on the calendar. 54. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2139, Mississippi USA Semi-Quincentennial Commission and Mississippi Semi-Quincentennial Celebration Fund create.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This is an opportunity for us to celebrate the semi-quincentennial of the United States by establishing a Mississippi Commission. There is no state funding appropriated in it. There does exist the opportunity to solicit funds from private and public sources. If you will recall, there was a lot of excitement in 1976. This is just to continue the celebration. It will have some components of education and an opportunity to instill pride in our history, and it's just an opportunity. The First Lady of the state will be the head of this commission, and there are other provisions in here that are very similar to many other commissions that we have established throughout my tenure here in the Senate. If there are no questions, I'd like to ask that we use the morning roll call for final passage.
Questions on the bill? Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Requested vote is no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Chairman Delano. Passes. Items 55 through 58 retain their place on the calendar. Senator McCon. Pass. Number 59 retain place on the calendar. Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar. Passes 60 through 62. Chairman Branning. Chairman Branning. Passes 63 through 78, and they retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Bryan. You're recognized, Chairman Bryan. We're on 79. Senate.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2282, pseudoephedrine, delete the automatic repeal on the provision that authorizes distribution of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This simply removes a repealer. This underlying legislation deals with the sale of pseudoephedrine. At one point, this was a particular problem because people were using it for making illegal drugs. And we put restrictions on how pharmacies could dispense the drug. I think we required a prescription for certain amounts. That was subsequently modified with a repealer, and all this does is remove the repealer. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, anyone object to use of the morning roll call? Vote no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Bryan, you're recognized. We're on 80.
I would like to pass that item and let it retain its place on the calendar.
Item 80 retains place on the calendar. You're recognized, Senator.
I'd like to pass item 81 and let it retain its place on the calendar.
81 retains its place on the calendar. 82, Senator.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Number 82, Senate.
Senate Bill number 2817, Mississippi Burn Center, bring forward code sections for possible amendment.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, this bill is bringing forward sections dealing with the burn center. It's here for purposes of amendment if it should be necessary. I think in the way the things stand at the current time, it's probably best just to go ahead and move on this bill. So I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voters voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Michelle. Senate, we're on 83, page 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 83, Senate Bill 2622, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2622, Mississippi Prior Authorization Reform Act and Act.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
I ask that I be recognized to explain the committee substitute, please.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This issue, as the title states, deals with the Mississippi Prior Authorization Reform Act. Of the 30 bills that the Senate Insurance Committee gets about every year, there seems to be one that gains a lot of attention. In previous years, we've had balanced billing, telemedicine, and wind pool, and on all those issues, we spent time during the summer studying these issues, and we've done the same thing with this issue. We didn't want to bring anything out here that hadn't been fully vetted. Last year, this idea came to us about a week before the deadline to introduce legislation. And at the time, only one state, Texas, had passed such a bill. So we had quite a learning curve. We only had time to have about a 1-hour hearing during the session last year and committed, we did not bring the bill up and committed that we would study it this summer. So we held hearings in the middle of the summer. The whole insurance committee was well represented, and we included the members of the House on this issue. At that time, we were able to find out, as Texas's bill was moving along, what status had happened with it. But we also found out that multiple states had passed this legislation. We think as many as 12 had done it. So it went from a very novel idea of one state to 12 bills that thought it was a good idea. Several of us attended NCOIL, National Conference of Insurance Legislators Conference this summer, where we studied the issue as well. Louisiana was one of the states that has passed this, and we heard from their Commissioner of Insurance on the issue. We also asked the parties that were involved in this to get together over the summer. There were some against it and some in favor of it. So we have 8 months of negotiation in this as well, and we've come up with a compromise bill. The term you've heard, or you may not have heard, gold card, was formerly in this legislation. Gold card refers to a physician getting a quote-unquote gold card to perform procedures without having to get the prior authorization of the insurance company. In other words, if a physician has a real good success rate at performing ACL surgeries or hip replacements, then the gold card would allow them for 6 months to perform these procedures and know that they're going to get reimbursed by the health plans. That was the most controversial part of this legislation and is not included in our bill. We have taken that out. The other compromise we made was to reduce the penalty from $250,000 fine to just $10,000 fine. So we're now at just a prior authorization process. So this bill in no way limits an insurance company from telling a doctor that they still want that procedure to be prior authorized. Some good examples would be
like I just mentioned, an ACL or a hip replacement. But if you feel ill today and you want to go to your family physician, you think you might have flu or a virus, then that normally is not listed on a prior authorization. So something like that's going to be covered. You go in the medical facility, and that procedure is covered by an insurance carrier. But on the big ticket items, they typically are going to want to study it and give their approval on the prior authorization. So this sets up an internet portal. We're requiring the insurance companies to set up this portal to tell the medical community exactly which items they require prior authorization. Again, if it's silent, if it's not listed as a prior authorization, then the provider gets paid and reimbursed by the insurance company without having to go through the prior approval process. So we had complaints. The reason for the legislation is we had complaints. We had complaints from both the doctors and we had complaints from the insurance companies. The doctor said their prior authorization requests oftentimes weren't timely looked at, and they weren't looked at by peer-to-peer. In other words, if an orthopedic doctor said, I need to repair a torn ACL, when they dealt with the insurance company, oftentimes they were dealing with someone clerical or someone that did not have that specialty. That was one of their complaints. On the other hand, the insurance company said, well, we get accused of being untimely with our prior authorizations, but oftentimes the doctors are negligent on filling out the forms and don't get us all the material we need. So that's why we're setting up this portal. It'll be a real clear issue as to what issues the doctor needs to provide to the insurance company so there won't be this delay. This bill helps both parties. It sets up transparency, uniformity, and timeliness. The bill requires the portal be set up by January 1st of 2024. If a doctor is denied coverage or a procedure is denied coverage, then there's an appeal process. In this instance, the medical provider gets to talk to someone in that specialty. We don't want an orthopedic doctor talking to an ear, nose, and throat doctor. We want another orthopedist on the other line. We don't want the doctor having to deal with someone clerical that works for the insurance company. There's two forms of medical issues. One is urgent and non-urgent. Urgent medical issue must be responded to within 24 hours after all information is received. It's important I said all information. This goes back to the fact that we deserve to get the correct information. We want the doctor to get the correct information to the insurance company so they can make a knowledgeable decision. The non-urgent issues require 2 working days. Good examples of this might be physical therapy being required by the doctor, or maybe an ulcer or gallbladder surgery that's not that imminent. The reporting process, this is a key part of the bill. We wanted to collect data to find out how this is working. So by June 1st of 2024 and each June thereafter, we want to know that we will have information that tells us the number of prior authorization requests, the prior authorization requests that were denied, the number of appeals, the number of adverse determination reversed on appeal, and the 10 most often prior authorizations denied by reason. And then something that was added, the reason for the committee substitute, is we want to know the number of procedures that were not paid on audit. Sometimes an insurance company will authorize a procedure, and the medical provider will perform the procedure, and the insurance company will audit it on the tail end and then deny coverage at that time. Well, we want to know how often this happens. This is a real good consumer bill, and it's known as the Mississippi Prior Authorization Reform Act. And I'll be glad to yield any questions. Mr.
Questions
President.
on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I'd like to briefly speak on the bill.
Speak on the bill. Thank you, Senator. One moment, please. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Okay, we got adopt committee sub.
Adopt committee sub, please, Mr. President. Move adoption of committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill. Senator Hill, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
I'll be very brief. I want to thank Senator Michelle for working on this. This is so needed. Just want to give you one specific example. Most of you in here know that my husband has a history of cancer and had his leg amputated about 15 years ago. He needed an MRI on his shoulder. We have Blue Cross out of Alabama. The MRI prior authorization was denied. We waited weeks and weeks, got a peer-to-peer review with his nurse practitioner. The person on the other end of the peer review was not an orthopedic surgeon that he was needing to see. It was a pediatrician. to deny an MRI prior authorization for a 61-year-old man with a history of cancer. So I think you can see how needed this is. And finally, I just paid for it, found somebody to do it, paid for it myself, got tired of fighting the insurance because with my husband's history, he didn't need 6 weeks of physical therapy. When he went to the physical therapist, he said, I'm not touching you without an MRI. The orthopedic surgeon said, I'm not touching you without an MRI. And the insurance company in a peer-to-peer review with a pediatrician denied the prior authorization. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Okay, Senator Michelle, I see no further questions, sir. We're on the bill.
I'd like to move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll calls requested. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Sojourner. McDaniel. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator, we're on 84.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 84, Senate Bill 2227, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2227, Federal Home Loan Banks, provides certain rights and procedures regarding collateral.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to ask that Senator McClendon be recognized to handle the bill.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. We have a bill here that's brought to us by the Insurance Commissioner, Federal Home Loan Bank lending to insurance companies. And what this does, it helps insurance companies in times of need. It also helps them to be able to purchase assets to strengthen their companies as well, to give them a better credit rating. Federal home loans were established in 1932 after the Depression. So we are in a 6-state region: Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, and New Mexico, 5 states. There are 11 regions. And what this bill does is offers low insurance rates to insurance companies during catastrophes. That's basically all it does. First thing it's going to do is the insured claims will get paid, and it's a way for insurance companies to stay solvent. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Okay, thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You're for a question, Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir,
Senator
please.
Norwood, you're recognized for a question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Are there savings? The insurance company is going to realize savings, right?
Say that one more time, please.
You're saying that the insurance company would realize savings?
Well, they purchase these loans, or they require these loans at a small interest rate. And that helps to pay the claims in, say, Katrina, in case their assets are dwindled down, to help the solvency of these companies.
Okay, I got you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Request passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator McClendon. Senator, we recognize Senator Michelle on 85, sir.
Go to item 85, Senate Bill 2228, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2228, Pet Insurance, establish provisions for the sale and renewal of policies.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the title states, that we're dealing with pet insurance. This is not anything new. This is a $2.8 billion industry in the country with over 4 million pets insured. It's a big industry, and that has come up from $2.8 billion in premiums to up 30% in the previous year. I was in my veterinary clinic the other day, and there's 4 different providers offering pet insurance. This came to us as a national model act from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. We attended a conference, and the consistency of the bill is what the national insurance companies are trying to offer, where they have consistent pet insurance bills throughout the country. This covers accident and health insurance primarily for dogs and cats, not life insurance. This does not include the life of the animal. It would typically cover ailments such as broken bones and cancer, and there are some issues that might have to be pre-authorized on this, or a waiting period. Torn ACL in dogs, as an example, is a very expensive issue, and some of the policies might have a 1-year waiting period before they would cover that. Also, what the bill does is, ironically, in Mississippi, in order to sell pet insurance, you must be licensed for property and casualty. So this is going to allow our health and life agents to sell this as well. So when your health insurance agent is in the home of parents talking about selling insurance for the family, for Bobby and Susie, they can also insure Buddy and Fluffy at the same sitting. So this gives Commissioner Cheney authority to regulate the industry as well. And Mr. President, I'll be glad to yield to any questions, although this
Senator
is not...
Horn, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Horn, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Michelle, are you saying that most of the coverages required under this pet insurance would require prior authorization?
No, I didn't say most of them. Some of them do, yes. They have a waiting period. It's not real rough to understand, Senator. For some of the expensive features, they make you wait a year. But for common ailments, and many of the plans include the office visits as well for the pet.
Senator England, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator Michelle.
Of course.
Senator England, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Michelle, I think this is a good bill. This includes, would this include dogs and cats?
Yes, and actually, believe it or not, reptiles can be insured as well as birds. But mostly going to be most common going to be dogs and pets.
That's right. Well, I'm more of a dog person. I just wanted to see if I could get a go dogs out of you, Senator Michelle.
We've already taken care of that with Senator Harkins today, didn't we?
Okay, I guess we'll let that slide then. Thank you.
Okay.
Move passage by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which records voting no. McDaniel, no. Sojourner, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Vote present. Present, anyone? Seeing none, the bill passes. I think this is a good time to go to Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30 this afternoon.
And recess till 1:30. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Stand in recess. I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Michelle, you're recognized. We're on 86, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 86, Senate Bill 2617, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2617, Fire Insurance Policy, to exclude provisions related thereto from applying to builders' risk policies.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill exempts the builder's risk insurance policies from the valued policy law. The valued policy law states that the value of a parcel, if it is destroyed totally, the amount of the face value of the policy is what's paid. A good example would be if you have a $300,000 policy on your home and you have a total loss from a tornado or a fire, then you get paid the $300,000 to rebuild that house. Unfortunately, this legislation is reactionary to a Southern District Court case that ruled that our valued policy law applies to builder's risk insurance. And the way builder's risk insurance works is you're insuring the construction of the house during the construction phase. So if you have a slab that's been poured and you're framing the house and you have, let's say, $20,000 worth of framing and you have a total loss through a windstorm, this court ruled that that policy should pay the full $300,000 instead of the amount of the claim to make the owner whole. And that's where I've bought 2 or 3 of these policies during construction of new homes. It was always my understanding that if I had a loss during the construction process, the builder's risk policy would make me whole, bring me back to the stage I was before the problem occurred. So this is in conflict with the builder's risk and the valued policy standards. And we can see reasons where there could be fraud in this, where a builder built a house and only had part of it framed, and for some reason a fraud burned down the house during the construction, they could get a very large windfall. And this would remove the builder's risk policy from the valued policy laws. I'll be glad to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Passage morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Chairman Parks. Chairman Parks passes 96, 97, and 98. Retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Blackwell, we're on 99, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass 99, ask it to retain its place on the calendar along with item number 100.
99 and 100 retain their place on the calendar. 101, Senator Blackwell.
I'd like to go 101 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2613, non-emergency transportation providers, extend date by which providers may provide service without a permit.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain the bill.
Senator Parker is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. You remember this bill from last year regarding non-emergency transportation. We've got a request from Medicaid to allow one more year for the full implementation of this. So there's no new language. It just gives them one more year to meet the requirements that we set forth in the bill that we passed last year. So the change is to 2024. So that's an explanation of the bill. I'll be glad to answer any questions. If there are none, I move passage on the use of morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose do you seek recognition, ma'am?
Just have a question.
Question, were you for a question, Senator Parker?
Sure.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
So this is rules that are supposed to be promulgated under the Department of Health for this, correct?
Correct.
And they just have not been able to get this done?
So what I've kind of heard on it is that they think they might be able to, but they're concerned that with, as we know, they've got a lot of different things they've kind of put under their purview.
Yeah,
lately.
they've got the marijuana program, they've got this, and now we're looking at putting the barbers and the hairdressers under them. It's just
Right.
concerning to me that we're maybe overloading their wagon and they can't get their work done.
That certainly seems to be the case to me too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions on the bill? Further questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move passage on use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Mr. Clerk, we have an objection. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler of the 36. Senator Butler of the 38. Senator Carter. Senator Kaufman. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator McCon. Senator McDaniel. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Moran. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sojourner. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler for 36. Senator Butler for 36. Senator Butler for 38. Senator Kaufman. Senator Chisholm. Senator England. Senator Jackson. Senator McClendon. Senator Moran. Senator Polk. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Sojourner. Senator Suber. Voting yes or yay: Senator Barnett, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Butler to 36, Senator Carter, Senator Kaufman, Senator Chassenall, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Moran, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, and Senator Younger. Voting no or nay: Senator Blackman, Senator Hill, Senator McDaniel, Senator Polk, and Senator Turner Ford.
By a vote of 40 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. Senator DeBar, pass. Senator Seymour, you recognize we're on 103.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 103, Senate Bill 2390, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2390, Executive Director of the State Veterans Affairs Board, appointed by Governor with advice and consent of Senate.
Mr. President, make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This bill is a pretty simple bill. It amends 3513. It allows the governor, he shall appoint the executive director of the State Veteran Affairs Board with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall serve at the will and pleasure of the governor. The executive director shall also serve as the executive secretary of the Secretary of Veteran Affairs, the State of Veteran Affairs. The board shall still, the State Veteran Affairs Board shall appoint a deputy director and the individuals to manage each of the agency's major functions. That is the summary of the bill, Mr. President.
Thank you. Questions on the bill? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator Seymour?
Yes, I do.
Senator Norwood is recognized for a question.
Mr. Senator Seymour, is it not working now? Is it, why are we changing it from its current form to, this is moving it from the board to the administrative of the governor?
The reason why is because over the last several years, we had kind of an administration that was in place that needed to be reworked, and it took a very major issue for that to happen. The director under the existing law serves in perpetuity at the will and pleasure of the Veteran Affairs Board. So what this does, if bad management is going on, your director, he will, be appointed, and we will advise, and he will serve at the will and pleasure of the governor.
So, and what would happen to the board?
One more time.
What would happen to the board?
The board stays in place. There's no, eventually we've got to do some changes as far as our congressional delegation aligns, but right now we're not touching that.
So the governor will appoint the executive director?
Yes, sir.
And the governor will also appoint the board?
No, sir. He does appoint the board already, but he has, the appointments come from the Veteran Affairs Board, recommendations.
I mean, is that not a conflict though? The governor going to appoint the board, then would also appoint the executive director. The executive director would report to the board, or would the executive director report to the governor?
He serves at the will and pleasure of the governor. He will be the secretary, basically the secretary of the board. The board will still make all policy and all for the Veterans Administration.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, follow up on a question that Senator Norwood had. It does seem like the committee should appoint the chairman. Isn't that the way it normally work, that doesn't violate any ethics laws or Section 109, which would deal with something of that magnitude. Is this unusual? I've never known that before. I haven't had anything, haven't been anything through here like that. Have you any evidence that has been done previously?
We did with the board as far as with the DMR, which actually gave all the power to the director several years ago. This is for,
But the governor is not the
this is for a
director.
different, we're not moving, the board still has its function.
I understand the function, but look like the governor appoints the board, look like the executive director could be appointed by the board that rules over that committee. That's the way it seems about it. But is this something new?
As far as a fad or something, no, sir. This is a certain in your in the layout of how veterans, the board is made up of, required to be made up of past military.
Sure, I understand what
operation,
veteran
right?
mean, but I was just thinking about the process.
Let me finish here. Basic military upbringing throughout the course of the life of a soldier and all on. It is a family, and the basic. I'm kind of like a lost for word for this, but they don't throw each other under the bus. All right, and when one does wrong, if it's needing to be changed, sometimes the change don't come quick enough to keep an issue from becoming greater than what it should have.
So that's why the governor appoints the board and the executive director of said board.
With our consent.
Beg your pardon?
With our consent.
You all agreed to give away, to allow the governor to appoint the executive director plus the committee. Are the members of said board?
A lot of boards are like that.
Sir?
A lot of the boards come from the governor.
No, I understand the board, but the executive director, what I was concerned about.
Yes,
It looked like the board should appoint the executive director of said board that is appointed by the governor. Let the governor appoint the board, then it's up to the board to appoint the executive director. That's the way it's normally done, I believe.
Well, it's all of the executive branch.
Well, that's kind of unusual. I'm not used to that. Thank you for your information.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Seymour.
No more motion. Motion is to pass by the use of the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hickman. Butler. Norwood. Terry. Frazier. Jordan. Horn. Thomas. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read the ones voting no.
Voting no or nay, Senator Hickman, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Norwood, Senator Frazier, Senator Jordan, Senator Horn, and Senator Thomas.
Anyone else? Senator Boyd, for what purpose you seek recognition, ma'am?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair. Senator Simmons would vote no, and I would vote yes.
Pair, Mr. Clerk. Simmons. Was he? One moment, Senator. I don't know that he was here. Just a second. Clerk informs me he has not been present on the roll call for today, so he can't pair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. All right, anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone wish to be voted present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Seymour.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 104, Senate Bill 2608, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2608, United States Space Force, references armed forces in Mississippi law shall include members of.
Mr. President, I'll make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conforming bill that conforms some of our state codes to include members of the United States Space Force whenever referring to armed forces or uniformed services. That is an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for questions.
Senator Carter, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator?
Is it required?
No, it's not.
I'll go ahead and do it.
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Senator Delano, is this the program that you've been working on at Keesler Air Force Base?
Well, it is part of it. Obviously, Space Force is an important issue. We're trying to attract a Space Force mission to Keesler Air Force Base, but this is just conforming all of our state codes to include Space Force and its related activities.
So it would include Stennis as well?
Yes, it would.
So what would be the process of installing that whole Space Force installation?
Well, I don't know. We're doing training missions at Keesler and also at Stennis. They're working on emergency communications through space. They're also dealing with consensual space docking. That is a very important mission for the military, and it's just those related fields.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Carter, other questions? Okay, we're ready on your motion, sir.
I would like to suggest using the morning roll call for passage.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Chairman Tate. Senator Tate is recognized. 106, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 105 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item number 106, Senate Bill 2353, and ask the title be read.
105 retains place on the calendar. 106, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2353, elections, increased wage range for poll workers.
Ask for the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
This is a simple bill. What this bill is going to do is it's going to allow for election workers to get paid a little bit more. Right now, there's a mandate that we put on the counties. This does not touch any of the mandates of what the counties have to pay their election workers. It just allows for an increase. It also allows for an increase, but does not mandate an increase for additional money for the people that pick up the ballot boxes and return the ballot boxes. And it also allows for an increase, but does not mandate an increase to pay the election workers more money per hour. And that's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I just looked at the $25 that I'm reading here. That's the amount that would be charged.
If you're looking at $25, I think you're looking at lines 25, 26, and 27. That was $10 that someone was going to be paid to actually get the material and then $10 to take it back. We're upping that to up to $25, taking it up to 25, bringing back.
Are these, talk to me a little about, are these absentee ballots or what?
No, sir. What this would be the actual like materials that are used at the election precinct. So you have one election worker that'll actually go to the courthouse and pick up all the materials, and then you'll have an election worker that'll return all the material from the precinct back to the courthouse.
To the courthouse. So they get this extra money for doing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Questions on the bill? Questions?
No other questions. I ask for passage by the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passes. 107, sir.
I'd like to pass on 107, but ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
107 retains its place on the calendar. Chairman Moran? Pass. Chairman Delano? Pass. Chairman Hill? Pass. Chairman Blackwell? Senator Blackwell is recognized. Bill 111.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 111 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2381, Medicaid, authorize liquidated damages as a request for proposals, bring forward provision related to.
Make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to present the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized. Present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Y'all, this is a real simple bill. We had hearings in Medicaid, and the commission said that in the proposals or the RFPs, litigation is almost always guaranteed, which holds up the RFP process, which includes a bunch of different contracts that they have, so much so to the point that it really actually slows down or almost stops the business that they're contracted to do. And so what this does is simply says that the losing party, if they choose to, in an RFP, if they choose to file suit, then they're facing liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are damages associated for penalties. And it gives the Medicaid division the authority to fix as liquidated damages specific sums. So it's up to the division. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill?
If not, Mr. President, I'd ask to use the morning roll call for passage.
One moment, please. Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr.
As a
President.
question, you yield for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Hobson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, this is just with respect to Medicaid, correct?
Correct.
And this is for RFPs for what type of program? Is this managed care or is this something else we're talking about?
Well, it certainly has certainly has its, I guess, origins in managed care, but there's no language in there that limits it to managed care. And what was stated in the hearings was that it's almost guaranteed that there's going to be litigation over this, and really that's generally because there's so much money involved. And so by the time it gets to that, it becomes a strategy for these companies to tie it up in litigation if they don't get what they want in the RFP.
So the losing party in the RFP process can file a suit, and under this proposal, if they lose, that the Division of Medicaid or the state gets liquidated damages, correct?
Right. If you look at starting at line 12, the division may further provide that the entity will pay cost premiums, expenses, and fees in any action brought upon the division where the litigation is resolved in the division's favor. And it says the Division of Medicaid may fix. It doesn't say shall, by the way, in the first line. This is just simply giving them an option or a tool.
Are they already able to get attorney's fees and costs if they win, Medicaid that is, if they win
Not that I
In a
know
fight
of.
over the RFP, they can't get attorney's fees and costs right now?
Not that I know of. And I will say, it's generally not about whether the company wins, because what they're doing is actually holding up the process if they didn't get what if, let's say they, I don't know, finished 7th in the RFP, and they didn't get what they wanted, well, by gosh, they're going to go out and hire a bunch of lawyers, tied up in court for 3 years, and then the next RFP comes around, and that way, and then, by the way, as I know, there's different, what that kicks in is emergency contracts and other things like that. So
You don't think there'd be enough deterrent for them to have to pay the litigation costs they're paying and have to pay possibly the attorney's fees and costs of the Division of Medicaid? You think we also need liquidated damages?
I do, Senator Hobson, and as you know, look, there's a business calculation going on here. These Medicaid contracts, I mean, they're, in some cases, could be $1 billion. And if you're spending, let's even just say you spend $500,000 on that's, the cost is there. So there has to be some kind of deterrent. And I could tell in the hearings that the division was more than frustrated that this was going on. And I can tell you, since I filed this bill, there's been support for it, because from all across the spectrum, because people understand what's going on. And so the money is so high that, no, I don't think that just paying those is a deterrent.
Yeah, I'm just thinking aloud that if you're one of the entities that submitted an RFP, and if you have a legitimate, think you have a legitimate claim, but it's still questionable or close, you may be deterred because you're afraid that you got to pay not only your own costs and fees, but then you got to pay the cost and fees of Medicaid, and you got to pay liquidated damages. And we could have had something that went bad in the RFP process that you want to challenge. That's a legitimate
This
challenge.
isn't preventing that. This isn't preventing that, and it's a business decision. They can make that business. They can say, okay, we're gonna look at it. There's a problem, but you know what? The RFP's coming up in 3 years. We'll address that in 3 years. Or they can say, you know what? We're going to go for it, just knowing that we have to do it. It's a business decision. I mean, we have to make those decisions all the time. But I know that the Division of Medicaid's being saddled with this, and also in appropriations, the legislature, and thus the taxpayers, are having to pay out attorney's fee, or appropriate money to the division to defend these lawsuits.
Yeah.
Which,
we've got a lot of agencies that have to deal with that.
Well,
But
I know.
I understand the rationale. I just want to make sure that we don't quell or chill the rights of people that think that they've been wrong legitimately, that it becomes so burdensome that they aren't able to be and afraid to go to court because it's very penal.
Yeah, it's not chilling it. And let me say, these are not individuals, okay, that are doing these RFPs. These are humongous
large,
companies.
Multinational companies.
Correct.
Probably, yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Pope, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator Wiggins.
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the answers that you gave, Senator Hobson, you said that the Division of Medicaid may. Why would we do may? Would that not leave it to where Division of Medicaid could pick and choose winners and losers of who gets paid? Shouldn't it be shall?
Yeah, I mean, to make it shall, but it says may in there. So, I mean, if that's a big issue, I'm happy to do an amendment to shall.
I would like to see an amendment with shall in it, and I'll be glad to make that amendment.
Okay. And it was, just to answer your question, it was may, because there are these number of contracts and all that, but I'm happy to do shall.
Okay.
And not give that discretion.
And the second question I have, is there anything in what I'm going to call business law that would do the same thing for a private business that's being sued by someone?
Yeah, actually, the liquidated damages was borrowed from business law. If you do, let's just say you do a construction contract. In a construction contract, excuse me, there are liquidated damages
provisions. So if a company or if a contractor doesn't meet certain deadlines and doesn't do it, then they're subject to liquidated damages. And so yes, they are. It's really applying private business principles to Medicaid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Horn, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Wiggins, most of my questions were addressed. Excuse me. Most of my questions were addressed by Senator Hobson, but I did want to ask you about the current managed care plan and what's going on with it right now. I know that there was a challenge to the plan, to the decision made by the division. Where are we right now with regard to that, and what impact would this legislation have if there's ongoing litigation?
So to answer your question, I don't think nothing in here, unless council says otherwise, makes this retroactive. So this is only going forward. Okay. Second, I will defer to the Division of Medicaid and their folks as to where things stand. But I can tell you when we had the hearings that it was asked and it was definitely stated by the commissioner, and it was brought out that every time there's an RFP, it's unequivocal that this is going to happen. And so it happens every time, and you heard my answers to Senator Hobson about the cost that's involved. So where is it on the latest one? I think it's in litigation. They're still working through it.
Okay. And as it relates to as I understand it, when that litigation started, it was because one of the unsuccessful companies found what they felt were inconsistencies and a lack of uniformity in how one company was allowed to identify themselves. When the rule said, "Oh no, you can't put anything in here that lets us identify who you are as part of the evaluation." Are you aware of any of that?
I don't think I understand your question.
Well, my understanding is that as part of the conditions of replying to the RFP, companies were instructed not to put any information in the responses that they were providing that would allow a reviewer to know, oh, well, this is company X because they say that they're located here or they have X number of employees. There was some identifying language that they were not supposed to include, but that was included, and one of the successful entities had included this information that should have been omitted.
So I have no knowledge about any specific RFP, but to your point, that's what you call a blind selection process. And that applies not only in the Medicaid RFP process, but it applies across the board in state procurement law. I'm no expert in state procurement, but what you're describing is the blind process. And from what I know in these situations, there's a whole host of reasons that lawyers come up with as to why an RFP process didn't go through or wasn't fair. And again, there's a lot of money at stake.
Did the Division of Medicaid request this legislation?
No, I drafted it after our hearings that we had, but I can tell you that the division likes it because they understand what is trying to be accomplished by this. And they honestly, in our hearings, mentioned they would like to get down to the business of serving our Medicaid beneficiaries rather than defending lawsuits throughout the state.
And you don't think that, to Senator Hobson's point, that this will have a chilling effect on someone who might have a legitimate complaint or criticism of the process?
I do not. There's nothing in this bill that prevents any entity, any loser or winner from proceeding into court. There is nothing. And liquidated damages is a standard of contract law in construction contracts, in huge contracts. So this is, and these companies that are, I guess, bidding on these RFPs, they're used to liquidated damages. It's not going to be a deterrent, but it will be a business decision they have to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Horn, thank you very much. Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
A question, Mr.
For
President.
you for a question, Senator Wiggins.
Yes.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Wiggins, on this particular bill, Section 2, is there anything new in Section 2, or was that just
There's
brought
nothing
forward?
new. There's nothing new. It was brought forward.
So that's existing law?
Correct.
All right. So in Section 1, couple of things. The negative decision, are we defining that as just, I didn't get the contract?
Well, there's no definition section, but if you read it, or qualifications, and challenge the division's negative decision on a request for proposal, the negative decision, I would say, is against the person who's bringing suit. Because if you win the RFP, I don't know that you're going to bring a suit to challenge it.
Well, I mean, you made the example, I think you said, of 6 or 7 people apply through the RFP process. Are we saying a negative decision is just anyone who wasn't granted the contract?
That's what my intent of the legislation is.
Okay, and I think Chairman Polk was dealing with the May on line 12, is that, okay? And then the division's favor on line 15, you're a practicing attorney. Sometimes decisions are split decisions.
Right.
What do we do? How do we determine when it has been absolute victory, which would stipulate that we have not penalties, because it says not penalties, but that we would have costs come into play?
Well, let me add it this way. The reason that says division's favor is because if you challenge it and you don't prevail in the lawsuit, then the division has won, and then you are assessed liquidated damages as well as the other things.
So
if you challenge it and you win, then the RFP is thrown out and it all has to start again.
the court itself is not setting the liquidated damages, though. The court would just render a decision, if I'm reading this correctly, and then Medicaid, because you entered into the RFP process, I guess you would be put on notice that
Correct.
if you challenged it, you would be subject to these potential costs.
Correct. There is nothing in here that mandates what type, how much, or what type of liquidated damages. And to your point, and that's probably where the May came in, that you put that in the RFP, the Medicaid can put it in there. And if you're going to bid on the RFP, you've got notice of it. You don't have to bid on it. It's your choice as an entity. But you've been provided notice that if this happens, then you're going to be faced with that.
Because the concern I have is that there's two things I think that someone could be aggrieved in a negative decision that they didn't receive the contract. They could say, I was the proper person that should have been granted the contract, like I met your RFP better than anyone else. I think a second cause of action would be you drafted the RFP in such a fashion that only one person could qualify, or I'm excluded. So that's my big concern is, are we going to come in with some RFP reform legislation? Because I think sometimes our drafting of the RFP is where the violation is alleged. And so I am concerned a little bit about that.
I certainly see that. If you have an amendment to tighten up that language, I'm happy to do that, because I know what you're saying, but I also know that lawyers are crafty and they can come up with many different reasons. But yes, I think there's issues in the Medicaid RFP process, and I'm sure there's people entities listen to this debate going, my gosh, I've bid on RFPs for Medicaid, and by gosh, The RFP that was written by Medicaid was terrible, and therefore I lost. But I would submit to you that those are also reasons that get done. But it doesn't change the fact that years and hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent on this when our Medicaid beneficiaries are just waiting to have it processed to them. So I'm happy to tighten up that language if that's what you would like.
And I appreciate your effort. I agree with the intent of the bill. I just don't want us to get to a point where we insulate any agency who's drafting requests for proposal, and then we're telling the people who get a negative decision that you have no recourse, but yet you put yourself at risk if you take that recourse. I would, I understand maybe that there is an amendment from Senator Polk.
There is.
Would you entertain a reverse repealer in this bill?
I would.
Thank you. I would.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions on the bill?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to the amendment. Senator Polk, recognized for on the amendment to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment, I think they should have it on the board down. On line 8 and 12, striking the word may and inserting the word shall. And then on line 52, inserting before the period the following, and shall stand repealed on June 30, 2023.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready. Your motion on the amendment, Senator.
Move the morning roll call.
And just adoption. Just adoption, Senator. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move passage on the morning roll call as amended.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Hill. I'm sorry. Hill, no. I'm sorry. Blackman, no. Blackman, Hill, no. Anyone else? Turner, Ford, no. Anyone? Horn, no. Thomas, no. Jordan, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Butler, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hickman? Hickman, present. Any other presents? Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please read the notes.
Voting no, Senator Hill, Senator Blackman, Senator Horn, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Thomas, Senator Jordan, Senator Albert Butler, and voting present, Senator Hickman.
Bill passes. I'm sorry. What was his? Okay, bill passes. Next, we go to Senator Blackwell, that was yours. So we'll go to Chairman Wiggins. Senator Wiggins on 112.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass over 112 through numbers 116 and that they remain on the calendar, and we go to item 117, call that up and ask the title be read.
112 to 116, retain place on the calendar. 117, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2382, out-of-state lawyers required to disclose whether licensed to practice law in Mississippi in television ads.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple bill, especially for you, not for the non-lawyers. In short, if you're an out-of-state lawyer, not licensed to practice in Mississippi, and you're running a television or billboard ad in Mississippi, you have to have a disclaimer in the ad that says not licensed to practice law in Mississippi. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Present. Turner Ford, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Senator Wiggins, you're on 118.
Ask that keep its place on the calendar, please.
Maintain its place on the calendar. Senator Turner Ford. Passes 119, 120, maintain place on the calendar. Chairman Polk. Passes. Chairman Polk passes 121 to 129. Chairman Simmons passes 130 through 131. Chairman Hill. Senator Hill passes. Chairman Whaley. Chairman Whaley is recognized. We're on 133.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 133, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2526, Pat Harrison Waterway District, authorized municipalities to join.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to recognize Senator Tate to explain the bill.
Senator Tate, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2526 is a simple bill. It simply states that if a county is not a member of the Pat Harrison Waterway District, then a municipality within that county will be able to opt in. That's a simple explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Question, Senator Tate? Will you
Yes,
yield? Senator
Yes,
Hill,
sir.
you're recognized.
Is there any particular entity that's wanting to join Pat Harrison that they're asking for
From
this?
what I understand, there is a constituent of mine is the assistant director, and he told me, I don't remember the municipality on hand, but somewhere down on the coast that would like to enter whose county's not in it. And so with that one interest and with others, potentially, that's why they asked for this.
Yeah, I think their financial situation might have something to do with this bill, maybe. Have you looked at that? I think there was maybe some peer information out there. My memory may be wrong, but thank you.
I haven't seen any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, ready for your motion, Senator.
Yes, sir. Ask for passage by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Rest of the court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, Senator Whaley, you're recognized. 134.
I'd like to skip that item, Mr. President, and go to item number 135, called up and have the title read.
134 retains its place on the calendar. 135, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2543, chronic wasting disease, bring forward code sections for the purpose of possible amendment.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized for a committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, what this bill does, it brings forward the code sections dealing with anything with CWD. We've got some issues across the state that we think may need attention. So we inserted a reverse repealer in this bill, and that's basically what it does. We're just trying to give ourselves options going forward. So if there are any questions, I would be glad to take
Question on
them.
the committee substitute. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator Whaley?
Yes.
Senator Hill is
And I hate
recognized.
to ask you this, but I feel compelled to. Is there any consideration in using these statutes to further allow the movement of deer from pen to pen across the state, or to restrict the movement of deer from pen to pen?
Actually, I have not had any thoughts about that at all. I know that you're pretty passionate about that, so if you'd like to look at that, I'd be more than welcome to.
I'm extremely concerned about some of the regs that are coming from the commission.
A lot of what this is in the north part of the state, there is a large CWD zone, and a lot of these counties that are encompassed in this
have had zero CWD, period. And that's kind of what we're doing. We're just trying to give ourselves some options. going
Okay,
forward.
that's fine. I agree.
But I'd be more than happy to work with you
I
on
agree with that. If they need to ease some of their restrictions, they haven't had any cases, as long as we're not allowing deer to be moved into those areas, I have no problem
Right.
with removing the restrictions. But I'm extremely concerned about some movement to be able to actually engage in commerce and moving white-tailed deer.
Absolutely. We'll talk about it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the real.
All in favor, please
Aye.
signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're on the amendment. We're on the bill, sir.
Ask for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 136.
I'd like to go to item 136, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2556, qualifications for appointment as a conservation officer, clarified.
Make the usual motion.
Sir makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, what this bill does, it deals with our conservation officers in the state, and what we're doing, we would be dropping the qualifications. Currently, they have to have so many college hours or 5 years prior law enforcement. We're just dropping that to 2 years prior law enforcement to try to ease some of the problems of getting conservation officers in the state, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Just have to ask one more question.
Yes,
You have a question. Senator Hill is recognized for a question.
How short are we? How many officers are we short right now to be changing this to only 2 years of experience? Because we know that this is a pretty dangerous job sometimes.
So right now, that list is ever changing because we have several that are retiring. I'm not sure that I have the exact numbers on that, but I'll get those to you. I know those numbers have changed since last week.
But they still would have to be fully certified through Law Enforcement Academy
Absolutely.
with the 2 years.
Nothing about that
But
changes.
they just
All we're
don't have to
saying
have a
is
college
that-
degree now?
Well, they've had to have that or 5 years law enforcement. And all we're doing is saying that if you've had 2 years law enforcement, now you'll be eligible. We're just dropping that 5 years to 2 years.
So are we doing anything with education requirement?
Ma'am,
Are we doing anything with education
I am
requirement?
not.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions on the bill? Seeing none. Senator?
Ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wade and Chairman Kaufman. Chairman Kaufman passes. 137, 138, and 139 retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Carter. Chairman Carter is recognized. Number 140. Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 140 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Definitions and penalties regarding regulation of gasoline and petroleum products, extend, repeal, or on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. All this does is extend the repealer on the definition of gasoline and petroleum products and regulating their use. It just determines what type of composition they are, what temps they need to be stored at, and those different things. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Carter. We're on 141, page 13.
I ask that Senate Bill 2104 be called up, title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2104, Mississippi Gulf Coast Region Utility Act, extend, repeal, or on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
This is another extending the repealer date. It's on the Mississippi Gulf Coast Regional Utility Act. It manages all the water and sewer and storm runoff on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Passage on the roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. 142, Senator.
I ask that item number 142 be called up, title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2492, electric vehicle charging allowed by non-utilities while maintaining consumer protections.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is, there's some federal money out there for electric vehicle stations. Right now, we cannot utilize that money without conforming with the law. Right now in the state of Mississippi, the electric vehicle, the manufacturers are third party. They'll have to actually go in to, let's say, Entergy's territory, be installed, and then buy the electricity back from Entergy. They would not be able to be an actual energy producer. And if there are any questions, let me pass it on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, you went over a little fast. Repeat some of the things you have said.
So there's federal funds out there. I mean, you know, there's an initiative for electric vehicles. So with more electric vehicles coming into state, we'll need to utilize more charging stations. Right now, in order for a third-party contractor to come in and install an electric charging station, they can't do it under current law. So all this does is insert language to allow them to go into another energy service area, install, and buy power from that power association or investor-owned utility and sell it and allow them to sell it back to the third party. And they can provide these services for electric vehicles.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Other questions on the bill? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Younger? Pass. Senator Carter? Pass. Senator Carter passes 144 and 145. Chairman Bryan? Senator Bryan? Passes 146 and 147. Senator Fillingane?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 148 through 151 and go to item 152.
Item 148 to 151 retain their place on the calendar. 152, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2337, conspiracy, revised statute of limitations.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to handle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2337 addresses conspiracy, and it asks to put conspiracy statute of limitations for the prosecution of the crime the same as the underlying crime. You see in 9915 that there are crimes that do not have a statute of limitations as far as prosecution. In section B and C, you see some specific crimes that have a time frame. Anything that does not have a stated time frame falls into a 2-year statute of limitations general grouping. We're asking that conspiracy simply be matched up to whichever crime that would fit the category, and it would have the same statute of limitations as the underlying offense. That is an explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'd yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Carter's voting no. Present. Bill passes. Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar. Passes 153 to 158, 59. Taking place on the calendar. Chairman McCon. We're on 160, Senate.
Mr. President, I would ask that we call it Senate Bill 2524 and ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2524, forestry, allow boards of education to approve sales of timber and forestry products on 16th section land.
Mr. President, I'd ask to be allowed to explain the bill at this
You
time.
recognize, you need to make the usual motion, I think, first, Senator.
Sorry. Make the usual motion, Mr. President.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now you're ready.
All right. So this bill is brought to us from Secretary of State's office on a fiber. It's called the Fiber Supply Bill. What you've got out there, we're talking about the thinnings, we're talking about the residuary products, and this allows a school district to enter into a supply agreement for just the fiber for a period of not to exceed 10 years. Right now, as you know, that part of the product, when you're thinning, whenever you've got the residuaries out there, that's very hard to get rid of. So anything we can do to help increase the value of those and doing it on a long-term contract, giving the authority to school districts to do that is something that we feel like is going to help with getting rid of those products. Now, the Forestry Commission's got to be involved in this. This is not a bid process per se because the Forestry Commission is going to come value those products, the fiber, and they've got to give a written appraisal of the value of the forest product to be harvested and the minimum value at which the forest products may be sold. Those agreements can only be entered into upon the recommendation of the Forestry Commission and in accordance with the contractual terms of the Forestry Commission and the Secretary of State. So we're not taking the Secretary of State out. We're not taking Forestry Commission out of being involved in this. We're just having them come in and give us a value, allowing us to move forward with a contract on that. So I would entertain questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
For a question, Mr.
Will you have for a
President.
question, please,
I will.
Senator? Senator Sojourner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, how are these sales handled? Who's the authority on them now?
So currently they're running the bid process through it with the school district have to bid out the contract on this. This is not taking that away from them, but allowing, and unfortunately the thinning product, as you know, you were chair of forestry at one point, is the hard thing to get rid of right now. You just about have to pay people to get rid of it.
What's the current role of the Secretary of State's office in this process?
So the Secretary of State's office continues to be an oversight agency to make sure that any values that are put out there and the contracts are done properly and correctly, and that the 16th section leases or sales of those timber are done in a correct manner with the Secretary of State's office.
So with this bill, the authority would lie with the local school boards.
So we would give the local school district would have that authority to enter into it. The Forestry Commission and Secretary of State would still have the oversight. Well, the Forestry Commission would not have oversight. They would have to provide their service. Secretary of State would still have to sign off on it.
Are you familiar with in the past there being some issues with clear cutting of 16 section lands?
I would further entertain additional information about which issues you're talking about there, Senator.
I just want to make sure that the Secretary of State's office does not have the authority to override the school boards and clear cut 16 section lands as have been done under previous administrations.
So this is just going to be for the wood fiber products. We're talking about just the wood waste, wood fiber, pulpwood, and biomass. Now, we're not talking about saw timber. Anything of that nature is going to continue to go through the former process, the bid process for those sales.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Boyd, for what purpose, ma'am? Senator Boyd passes. Okay, Chairman. Thank you. Ready?
I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Carter, we're on 161.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to 161 on today's calendar, have title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2102, impending emergency excavation, define, establish advance notice requirements, and require pre-marking for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move we adopt the committee sub.
Move to adopt the committee substitute. You're recognized to explain.
Okay, this is the 811 bill, and what we're doing is we're going into this code section, we're further defining how 811 is properly done. Right now, we have a lot of issues where excavations are being done without actually calling 811 and having utilities marked, and so that needs some further definitions in the section. So if you look at lines 158 through 163, the only way that you can go and excavate is on an emergency status, and that would be circumstances potentially dangerous to life, health, property, or the loss of customer services, which would likely develop into emergency, as defined in section 77-1311. If excavation is not initiated sooner than permitted under standard notification requirements. The standard is now, before beginning any excavation other than a pending, I can't even pronounce that word today. Before you're digging in the ground, you provide not less than 3 days and not more than 10 working days, advance written, electronic, or telephonic notice of the commencement, extent, location, and duration of the excavation work. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator.
Senator Carter, does this address any particular depth that you dig in the ground? Is there a depth requirement?
No, there's not a depth requirement. It's to be whatever depth it is to access the utility that you're trying to dig up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carter, I see no further questions.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
No, we need to
I need to adopt the committee sub.
That's correct. Adopting the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
Now passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Carter. Passes. 162, sir. Senator Carter, 162. Pass. 163, pass. Chairman Polk. Chairman Polk passes. 164 to 167. Chairman Branning. Chairman Branning passes. Chairman Moran passes. 169 to 172. Chairman McCon, pass and retain. All of these were pass and retain. Chairman Branning, pass and retain. Chairman Chazanal, pass and retain. 175, 170. Chairman Seymour, pass and retain. Chairman Bryan, pass and retain to 182. Chairman Tate, pass and retain. Chairman Parker, pass and retain. Chairman Barnett, pass and retain. Chairman DeBar, pass and retain. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Bryan, pass and retain. 187, 88. Chairman Turner Ford, pass and retain. 189 to 191. Chairman Chazanal, pass and retain. 192. Chairman Parks, pass and retain. 193 to 195. Chairman DeBar, pass. 196, 197. Chairman Polk, passes. 198 to 200. Chairman Hill, Senator Hill passes. Chairman Jordan passes. Chairman Tate, Senator Tate passes. Chairman Wiggins, Senator Wiggins. We're on 204, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pass and ask that they retain their place on the calendar, items 204 to 210, and go to item 211, call that up, and ask the title be read.
211, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2199, County Prosecuting Attorney clarify authorization to defend persons in criminal prosecutions in any other county.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. I'd ask that Senator Hickman be allowed to explain the committee substitute.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized for committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill does one thing. At the very end of the bill, you'll see that we make one change. Currently, under the current law, a person who is serving as a county prosecuting attorney cannot practice in any county that is in his circuit district. What this bill does, it says that a county prosecutor cannot practice in any county in which they're serving county prosecutor, but allows them to serve or to take criminal cases in other counties around them. The issue with this is in our very rural parts of the state, there are some circuit districts that have 4 or 5 counties within it, and it limits a person who is serving as county prosecutor from practicing criminal law in any of those counties around them. And so this would be a big help to our rural communities and our county prosecutors. Mr. President, and at this point, if there's any question, I entertain any questions about the bill.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
We yield for a question, Senator Hickman.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hill is recognized.
Thank you. I understand where you're going with this to try to allow them to practice, but it looks to me like if they're in that jurisdiction, catchment area, where they're the county prosecutor, wouldn't this cause them to potentially have to recuse themselves from a lot more cases if they're practicing criminal law in that catchment area?
No, because if you're the county prosecutor, it still doesn't allow you to practice in your county where you're the county prosecutor.
But you just said in that in that area, like the area surrounding them. I mean, they may be coming over your county line committing crimes. Somebody that you're defending right over the next line, because I mean that happens all the time. They move from county to county. It's just my concern that once they go practicing criminal law, that we may find that we're having to bring other judges, other prosecutors in because of some of the cases. Because if they're defending them for crimes, they're going to eventually wind up with crimes in their own court that they're using as county prosecutor.
Well, I think I understand your question, but that's not exactly how law works. When I say in the counties around them, it's only in their circuit. My circuit district is Noxubee County, but Kemper County is another circuit district which borders me. I could practice in Kemper County, and I do have clients who commit crimes in Kemper County. I represent them. So the scenario in which you're imagining, the current statute doesn't even stop that.
So basically, but if you have represented somebody and they come up before you, you would have to recuse yourself, correct?
Give me that one more time. I'm sorry.
If you had represented somebody as their criminal defense attorney, and that person showed up in your court in a case that you're prosecuting, you would have to recuse yourself, correct?
Yes, and as a county prosecutor, even under current statute, I've had to do that. But just a little back history. The reason why this was written this way, this was when county prosecutors actually assisted the DAs from each of those counties. That's not a thing anymore. We now have assistant DAs, and we just didn't change this statute when we did that.
That's just my only concern, because I know even in my rural county, I know that we've had some issues where somebody, works in a law firm, they're either the county prosecutor or the city prosecutor, and they're representing these people and that people, and it winds up just being a mess. But thank you for answering my question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions on the committee substitute? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Hickman, we're ready for your motion on the committee substitute.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
Mr. President, I move for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Present, Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Wiggins, we're back at 212, sir.
Pass items 212 to 219 remain on the calendar.
212 to 219 retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Kaufman. Pass. Chairman Jordan. Chairman Jordan. Pass. Chairman DeBar. Pass. All retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Wiggins. Pass and retain 23 and 24. Chairman Fillingham. Pass. Chairman Fillingham 2025, 2026. Okay. We'll go to announcements. All right. Senator Pope for an announcement, sir. You're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remind Senators Boyd, Branning, Carter, and Jordan that in the morning at 9:45 here in the chamber will be pictures with your junior pages with the Lieutenant Governor.
Thrilled. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce that on tomorrow, we're having the presentations of the recipients of the Governor's Arts Awards, and the ceremonies also going to take place tomorrow afternoon. If you are a member of the Senate who has agreed to co-sponsor any of these resolutions, they're being finalized right now on the pretty paper. I'd like to ask any members who had agreed to co-sponsor if they stick around for another 15 minutes so we can get your signatures. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Senator Harkins for an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two announcements. Tomorrow is Realtor Day, beginning at 8:30 in the Capitol. They'll be in room 216. And also, tomorrow at 1:30 in room 216, Finance will have a hearing. The Director of PERS will be there. So that's at 1:30 in room 216 tomorrow. Anybody's invited.
Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 33 and 47 on today's calendar, please.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator McMahon.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to recommit Senate Bill 2428 to the committee from which it came.
One moment, please. What number was that, Senator McMahon? What number was it?
Senate Bill 2428, 147.
Thank you, Senator. We've had an objection. Denied. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Want to remind everyone or let everyone know that tomorrow the First Responders Caucus lunch will be at 11:30 in room 113. Please come and meet the first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Seymour for an announcement.
Mr. President, I'd like the Senate, with unanimous consent, to be added as co-author to item number 47, Senate Bill 2120, and also item 48, Senate Bill 2122.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Kaufman, you're recognized for an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 49, Senate Bill number 2127 as co-author.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Horn, recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I'd like to be added as a co-author to items number 5 and 8 on today's calendar. Number 5 is Senate Bill number 2663, Historic Site Preservation Fund, and item 8, Senate Bill 2511, Tourism Recovery Fund.
Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Norwood, recognized for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to have two orders. I'd like to be added as a co-author to number 4, item number 4, Senate Bill number 2616. I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider number 103, Senate Bill number 2390. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. 103. Motion to reconsider. Just a second, let me find it. Okay, it's on page 9, Mr. Clerk. Please read the title.
103. Senate Bill number 2390, Executive Director of the State Veterans Affairs Board, appointed by Governor with advice and consent of Senate.
Okay. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for announcement.
Thanks, Mr. President. For united consent, I would like to be added to item number 49, Senate Bill 2127, co-author.
49, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Tate, you're recognized for announcement, sir.
I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 33, Senate Bill 2841, and item number 4720, Senate Bill 2120.
2120, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objections, granted. Senator McCon.
Mr. President, I'd ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 33, Senate Bill 2841, and item number 4, Senate Bill 2616.
2616, Mr. Clerk. Senator Hill for an announcement.
I'd ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to items 33, 47, and 48.
Seeing no objection is granted. Senator McCon is also granted. Senator Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on item 47 on today's calendar. It is Senate Bill 2120, as well as item 33 on today's calendar, which is Senate Bill 2841.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objections, I would like to be added to item number 85 on today's calendar.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator McClendon for an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I would like to be added as co-author on Senate Bill 2841, number 33. Also, number 47, Senate Bill 2120, as well as number 85, Senate Bill 2228, please.
Seeing no objections, granted. Senator Butler Albert.
Yes, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill 2511, that's number 8 on the calendar. And just 1 minute. Senate Bill 2595, number 41 on the calendar, and Senate Bill 2127 on the calendar.
Seeing no objections, granted. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author of number 4, Senate Bill 2616.
Seeing no objections, granted. Senator Parker. You recognize for announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on item 33, Senate Bill 2841, item 49, Senate Bill 2127, and item 83, Senate Bill 2622.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Blunt for an announcement. Pass. Senator Branning for announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like unanimous consent to be added as co-author to numbers 33, 47, and 48 on today's calendar. Thank you.
33, 47, and 48, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan, you're recognized for announcement.
I enter a motion to reconsider on Senate Bill number 2817, item 82 on today's calendar. It's a public health bill.
What number was that? 82?
Item 82, Senate Bill 2817.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2817, Mississippi Burn Center, bring forward code sections for possible amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? We good? Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. this afternoon, at which time the journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.